Today our concept will be DataGuard. First, before starting the DataGuard, let us see I have a server called as clone, and on this server I have a database called as clone itself. And within the same server I have ASM configured, and the clone is present in this on this ASM instance. So all my data files related to my clone database are present in this ASM instance. లేదు బై యాక్చువల్ 9 కి క్లాస్ చెప్పినా కానీ ఎవరు రాలేదు, సో అందుకే 10 కి స్టార్ట్ చేసిన. So clone database is present on ASM. It is using the ASM file system. Now, say for example this clone database is present in Texas. The server is present in Texas. And this is our production database. If something goes wrong in Texas, like because of hurricanes, probably this is located in the data center, and because of hurricane, probably the data center would have collapsed. In that cases, we'll not have our production database. So how our sites and how our applications will work 24/7. So we should, as a DBA, we should have a high availability system such that if something goes wrong, or if the entire system goes down, we will have another alternative, so to switch that alternative as a production database in fraction of seconds, such that all the applications will be pointing to another server which has the same database, which has the same data, and they can continue their normal operations. So that means we need to build another server in a different region. So right now this is present in the south, so Texas. So I'll create another server. I'll make it as clone DR. DR stands for disaster recovery. I'll make the server name as clone DR, and I'll make sure this server is built in Phoenix. Arizona. Now we will have a database created on this server. This is my clone server, clone DR. And within this clone DR, I'll create a database called as clone DR, and this will be on ASM. It should be similar to our primary database. So whatever the disaster recovery we are trying to build is called as a secondary or standby. In the background, whatever the changes which are made on the production database will be replicated onto standby database. I'll tell you how those will be replicated. And if something goes wrong on the Texas, we will switch the standby as a primary, such that all our applications will point to primary database. Now, can you guess, can you guess how can I create this clone DR similar to clone database? What technique I should use? When I use cloning concept from cloning technique using RMAN. What we achieved, we got the similar database, similar data files, similar sizes, similar objects and everything onto a different server, right? So we will be using the cloning concept from RMAN in order to build our clone DR. But after that, whatever the changes which are being performed on the primary, how will they replicate it onto the standby? Any guess how can we replicate all the changes which are going on the primary onto the standby? So whatever the transactions which are performed on the primary database will generate the redo content. So if there is some mechanism to transfer the files, to transfer the redo content from primary to standby, and then using that redo content, if the recovery process applies those redo content onto the standby, then all the changes which are made on the primary will be reflected onto the standby. Okay, that means on the standby, always recovery process should be up and running. Whenever we are trying to apply the redo content, what process we will start? Recovery process, correct or not? So on the standby, the recovery process should always be up and running in order to sync up all the changes. So on the standby, you'll have a process called as MRP, which stands for Managed Recovery Process. Managed recovery process, and this process will apply all the redo content whatever it is getting from clone database onto the clone DR. Now the question for you, to start the recovery process, the database should be in which state? Mount. So that means my standby database, usually it will be in mount mode and MRP process will be started on top of it. So my always the standby database will be in mount, and I will start the managed recovery process, and this managed recovery process will fetch the redo content which was getting shipped onto the standby, and it will apply the redo content. Now how can we transfer the redo content from primary to standby? You said whatever the redo content generated, we need to apply it on the standby to reflect the changes. That is correct. But how can we transfer the files from primary to standby? Any guess how it will transfer the redo content from primary to standby? Okay, let me show you how to do that. Okay, we know log underscore archive underscore dest underscore 1 is used for what this parameter is used for? To set the archive log definition, we'll use this parameter, and like this we will have log archive dest underscore 2. I'm not sure whether you guys noticed it or not, and so on, log underscore archive underscore dest underscore 31. Altogether there are 1 to 31 archive log destinations. We will only set log archive dest 1 using location equal to slash backup or something, the location what you want. That's it. So our archive log files will be stored in this location. Like this, you can store archive log files in multiple locations. If you If you want to store it in 31 locations, you can store it, but it is not worthy because we already stored it. We are already storing it on the disk, so it is not worthy to set log archive dash 2 to 31. Now, to ship the archlog files from primary to standby, we will use one of these parameters. So, whenever we want to set log archive archlog destination parameter, usually we can set it using two options. One is location, second is service. Whenever you go for location, the archlog files will be stored on the local server. Whenever you go for service, it will try to ship the redo log files using the connection string you specify for service. So if I specify service as clone dr, and in the tns names.ora, I have a connection string with the name clone dr, which is pointing to my clone dr server. Then it will ship the redo log files from primary to clone dr server. So using service option with log archive dest 2 to dest 31, we can send the redo log files from primary to standby. Is it clear? Instead of location, we'll go for service equal to clone dr, and then we will assign this clone dr in tns names.ora. We'll create a connection string and we'll have address description part with host equal to clone dr dot fortechbeast.com and port equal to 1521. So it will ship the redo log files from clone to clone dr using this service option. Any questions here? Okay, so using service, we can ship the redo log files from primary to standby. Now, we can either ship archlog files or either we can ship redo log files. Okay, so whenever we are trying to ship the redo content from primary to standby, we can ship either the redo log files itself. That means we can either ship the redo content from the redo log files itself, or else we can ship the redo content from the archlog files. First, I will show you how to ship the archlog files, how to ship the redo content from the archlog files. So whenever we are using or whenever we are trying to ship the redo content from the archlog files, the flow will be this is my SGA. I'll do one thing, I'll create another one now. Code and juices. My clone server, which is located in Texas. And I have clone database. Which is on ASM. This is my clone DR. which is in Arizona, and I have the database clone.dr, which was built using cloning. I built clone.dr using that will take a lot of time, right? That means you will not have the consistent one, right? You will not have the consistent backup. And the another one is you require some downtime. And we don't convert them because if they are on the same arc, simple. When we did the cloning, did we converted anything? So that's it. If they are cross-platform, that means if the source server is on AIX and the destination server is on Red Hat Enterprise Linux, then we need to convert them. If there is any cross-platform things, then you have to convert. If it is a homogeneous platforms, you don't need to convert anything. If it's a heterogeneous platforms, then you have to convert. But when you are building for a DataGuard, which one, the ASM? Yeah, they are not. They are like normal files on the local file system. But the thing is like they'll use ASM file system instead of ext3 file system. For example, if you go for Windows, you have FAT or NTFS. The files, how the files are stored, it's similar. They use the same Indian format when we have the files on ASM. Okay, now we have the clone.dr database here, which we built using the cloning option. So say for example, initially I used cloning to build my clone.dr. So I'm just writing it as cloning here. Next, we'll have an ASM here. Now I'll show you how it will ship the the redo content from the arclog files. So we will have SGA. We will have the log buffer. Redo content from the log buffer will be written back to redo log files. These are my redo log files. It performs the redo log switch and will point to another redo log file. Now whenever it performs the redo log switch, it will archive the content from the redo log files to arclog files. After it archives the redo log files into archival destination, say for example this is my /backup. After it archives the redo content into the arclog destination, the redo content will be shipped from primary to standby server, and this redo content will be stored in the arclog destination of the clone.dr. In the clone.dr, we will have another arclog destination which will store the arclog files. So say for example, even that is /backup. After that, okay, the redo content will be shipped from primary to standby, and the process involved in this is log transport service. LTS stands for log transport service, and this process is involved or is responsible for shipping the redo content from arclog files of the primary database to arclog files of the standby database. After that, there is a process called as RFS on the standby server. On the standby server, you'll have a process called as RFS, which stands for Remote Fetch Service. This process is responsible for fetching the redo content which is being shipped by log transport service. RFS process will receive the content which is shipped by log transport service, and it will store it in the arclog files. After that, MRP process on the standby take this arclog files, it will replay the transactions and it will apply to the data files. So this is the flow in which the DataGuard works if we ship the redo content from the arclog files. But the disadvantage of this option is there may be some data loss, because log writer will write the content from redo log files, log buffer to redo log files, correct? When it is writing the content to redo log files, if the server goes down, we will not have the archived content of the redo log file, correct or not? Are you able to follow me? Okay. So as the log transport service wait until the content from the redo log files has been archived to arclog destination, if the content which is present in the redo log file is not archived, and at that moment of time if the server goes down, then we will have some data loss when we switch the standby to primary. The application team needs to perform or replay all the transactions from their end in order to recover those transactions. Are you getting it? Now, the second option to overcome this issue is, instead of waiting for the redo content to be archived and sending the redo content from the arclog files, when the log buffer is writing the content from when the log writer is writing the content from redo log buffer to redo log files, at the same time we can ship the redo content from primary to standby. Even in this case, log transport service will be involved in shipping the redo content. Then whatever the redo content is being shipped will be stored in the arclog destination. Okay, it will be stored in the arclog destination, and MRP process will pick the redo content and it will apply to the data files and it will be in sync. So as the log buffer is writing the content from log buffer to redo log files, at the same time it will also send the redo content from primary to standby. Now, whenever you are choosing this approach, you can send the redo content in two ways. One is sync and another is async. Okay, we can send the redo content using two options. One is sync and the another is async. Question for you: when a transaction completes or when the user issues commit statement, when the control will be given back? Okay, let me put it this way. A user is there, from his laptop he made a connection to the database. So this is my CA, this is my database. Now this user performs insert, I'm just writing it shortcut, into EMP values, and then he'll provide the values. After that he issues commit. When does the commit completes, or What internally Oracle will do when the user issues commit? You got the question? Okay. So what internally happens when the user issues commit? Probably I told you 3 to 4 times during these classes. DBWR write back the content in the database. That is wrong. Yes, that is correct. So whenever the user issues commit, log writer needs to flush the content from log buffer to redo log files. After flushing the content from log buffer to redo log files, then only the control will be given back. That means commit will wait until log writer write the content from log buffer to redo log files. Are you getting it? Commit will complete after after the log writer writes the content from log buffer to online redo log files. Now, so I'll tell you what is the difference between a sync and async. One second. Yeah. So whenever we go for sync option, log writer will flush the content from redo log buffer to redo log files, and at the same time it will ship the redo content to the standby. So our commit completes whenever we go for sync. Our commit completes after the log writer writes the content from redo log buffer to redo log files, and it sends the content to the standby server. Are you able to get it? So commit completes only after writing the content to redo log files as well as shipping the content to the standby server. By this way, we'll not have data loss because commit completes only after shipping the redo content to primary as well as to the standby. Are you able to understand this part? Okay. Now, if we have the async option, then the content from log buffer will be written to redo log files, and asynchronously it will ship the redo content. And also our commit statement will not wait until the redo content is shipped onto the standby. It will just wait until the redo content from the log buffer is written to the local redo log files. So basically we can send the redo content using the RKlog files, or else we can send it from the log writer itself. So whenever we are going to send it from the log writer itself, we'll be using LGWR process because log writer will be sending the redo content. Whenever we are trying to ship it from RKlog files to the RKlog files, we will be using ARCH process. And this we have to specify in log archive dest2. One second. Did anyone started the video? Cancel. Why did it start it? Okay. Yep. So we have to specify how we want to send the redo content from primary to standby whenever we are configuring the log archive dest2. So after specifying service is equal to clone dr, we have to specify whether we'll use lgwr or arch. And if you are using lgwr, we also need to specify sync or async. So let me have a square bracket here. /arch. So here in log archive dest2, you'll specify whether you want to go for log writer or whether you want to go for arch. Okay? No questions till now, right? Okay. Then after that, whatever the redo content we are shipping from primary to standby, whether we are shipping a standby redo content or whether we are shipping online redo content. Are we shipping online redo content from primary to standby or we are shipping standby redo content? Online redo content. So here, after specifying the service, after specifying the process, we have to specify what content we are storing in the log archive dest2 or what content we are shipping in log archive dest2. We are shipping online log files. That means we are shipping the online redo log content. So this is how we have to configure our log archive dest2. So you don't have any questions on configuring this parameter, correct? You got everything what I said. Next. In DataGuard configuration, you will have two parameters. One is file underscore server. Second is file underscore client. Now, the redo content is shipped from primary to standby using the service which is running on the standby server. In this scenario, can you tell me what will be a server and what will be client? I'll repeat it again. I'm shipping the redo content from primary to standby using the service which is running on my DR server. In this scenario, which will be client, which will be server? So you're saying standby is a server, right? Okay, that is correct. So my file underscore server will be clone dr and my file underscore client will be clone. And these parameters I will set it on my primary database. I have to set log archive dest1, log archive dest2, file server, file client on my primary database. After that, there is another parameter called as log underscore arch underscore config. Here we have to specify we are using DataGuard configuration and we have to specify the databases which are involved in this DataGuard configuration. So right now I have clone and clone dr. So we'll just need to specify the databases which will be involved in DataGuard configuration. And remember, we can have 31 standby databases in a DataGuard configuration. That means you can have 31 standby databases across different regions. You can have one standby server in US, you can have one standby server in China, you can have one standby server in India, and so on. The reason for that is we have the parameter log archive dest1 to 31. That means we can configure 31 standby databases. That we can ship the redo content to 31 different servers. So the maximum number of standby databases which we can have is 31, and this is in 11G. In 10G, we can just have 9 standby databases as maximum, because in 10G we only have log archive dest 1 to dest 9. Okay. So if you have multiple standby databases, you have to specify those names also in our DataGuard configuration. But the maximum number of standby databases which I saw is 2. So usually some of the teams will maintain 2 standby databases for a primary. So after this, another thing in the DataGuard configuration, whenever whenever we ship the redo content from primary to standby, it uses a service name, and it using that service name, it will log in as sysuser. It will log in as sysuser on the standby server in order to ship the redo content from primary to standby. Okay. Remember always to whenever it is trying to ship the redo content from primary to standby, it will use a service which is specified in log archive dest 2, and then it will connect to that service as a sysuser. And we are not specifying the sysuser password in our DataGuard configuration. Always the databases which are involved in the DataGuard configuration should have sysuser of the standby, right? It is trying to connect to the standby service. It is trying to connect to the standby database. So it will be using the sysuser of standby database. And here always the connection will be passwordless. It will go for connect/sysdba. Okay, or else it uses a password file authentication. And remember, always the password file content or the password should be same on primary as well as standby. If you have the password of sysuser as Oracle on primary, it should also be Oracle on standby. Otherwise, the redo log files will not be shipped. You'll get an error saying that invalid username and password, unable to log into the standby server. Always the password should be same on primary as well as on the standby. And it uses a password file in order to connect to the standby database as sysdba. You already know, whenever you want to connect as sysuser from a remote machine, it uses a password file. So always the password file on primary and standby should be same. The content in the password file should be same on primary and standby. I saw several scenarios where the password file got corrupted or someone changed the password on the standby. As a result, it was not able to ship the redo content. After syncing the password file, after copying the password file from primary to standby, the issue was resolved. So always remember, we should have the same password file on primary as well as on standby. Okay, that is another condition with the DataGuard. And after that, the other thing what we need to make into consideration is, for example, I created a table space with no logging option. Did I told you about no logging and logging? Okay, so whenever we are trying to create the table space name, data file location, size, extend management local, segment management auto. After that, we can go for logging or no logging. Whenever we go for logging, all the transactions which are made against the objects which are present in this table space will generate the redo content. We can also create a table space with no logging option. Whenever we create a table space with no logging option, whenever we do some transactions against the objects which are present in this table space, it will not generate the redo. it will not generate the redo. So in a DataGuard configuration, the redo should be generated for each and every transaction. Otherwise, the standby will not have those changes. So say for example, on the primary, you have a table space created with no logging option. As a result, the transactions which are made on this table space did not generate the redo content. As a result, on the standby, you will not have that redo content. Correct or not? Any questions here? Okay. So that means we need to make sure whatever the transactions which are performed on the primary, the redo will be generated for those transactions. In order to do that, either we need to enable the logging for all the table spaces in the database, enable logging for all the table spaces in primary, or we can do force logging at the database level. So to enable logging for all the table spaces, we have to go for alter table space name, logging. Like this, we have to repeat this command for all the table spaces, or else we can go for force logging, which can be done using alter database force log. By specifying this command, force logging will be enabled. So whenever the force logging is enabled, irrespective of whether the table space is created with logging or no logging, all the transactions will generate the redo. So this is the first condition which you have to check when you are building the DataGuard. If you don't check this condition, then you will lose all the transactions. So make sure before building the DataGuard, you have force logging enabled, or at least logging is enabled on all the table spaces. Okay. Next. Till now, I showed you in the DataGuard configuration, the redo content will be shipped from the primary to standby. Default is logging. Whenever we don't specify anything, it will go for logging. Okay. So in this configuration, I told the redo content will be shipped from primary to standby, and on the standby it will be stored in the arcalog destination. Now that means it needs to wait until the total redo log file is created in the arcalog destination. Even though the redo content is shipped from primary to standby using the log writer process, MRP process should wait until the whole redo log file has been written to the arcalog file. It will take some time in order for the redo log file to be created on the arcalog destination and to apply the redo content on the standby server. If you don't want to have that lag also, what you can do is, like, on the standby server, we can create another set of redo log files called as standby redo log files. Here we'll have online redo log files. On the standby, we will have standby redo log files. And the content from primary will be shipped onto the standby, and that redo content will be taken care, it will be fetched by MRP, and it will apply the redo content on the data files. So by having the standby redo log files, MRP process doesn't need to wait until the whole redo log file has been created on the arcalog destination. And whenever we are using the standby redo log files, it is called as real-time apply. There will be no lag, absolutely 0 seconds. Real-time apply. Whenever you want to go for real-time apply, we will be creating the standby redo log files on the standby server, and the redo content will be shipped onto the standby server, and MRP process will pick that redo content and it will apply onto the standby database. So the standby redo log files are used to store the standby redo content, and online redo log files are used to store online redo content. Now see here, even though we are sending online redo content from primary to standby, Once it goes onto the standby, the redo content will become standby. The reason for that is whenever we have a standby database, the control file on the standby server will be standby control file. If you remember, when I was taking the backup of control file using RMAN, I went for backup current control file, correct? So on a normal database with no DataGuard configuration or with DataGuard configuration, the control file will be current control file. But if you want MRP process to be active and if you want the redo content to be applied onto the standby database, the control file should be standby control file. And whenever we are cloning the database from clone to clone DR, I'll show you how it will create the standby control file. As the control file is standby control file, it will also stamp the redo content as standby redo content, and then MRP process will pick that standby redo content and it will apply onto the standby database. So whenever we have standby redo log files configured, then we'll go for a real-time apply where there will be no lag. Now, so as I said, if the server in Texas goes down during hurricane, we will make this database as primary. I'll also show you how to make this as primary when this goes down. Okay, so whenever if your primary database goes down because of natural calamities, and if you want to bring up the standby as primary, it is called as a failover. Failover means switching standby database to primary in case of natural disasters. Next, the another one is switchover. Switchover means each and every organization or each and every IT industry, in IT industry what will happen is for each and every quarter they'll perform a test called as DR test. They want to check whether the DataGuard configuration is working properly or not. To do that, what we'll do is like we will create a maintenance window. Usually it will be in the weekends. So we'll create a maintenance window on Saturday from probably 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. Okay, so we will send a notification to each and every end user saying that from this time to this time the database will be in maintenance mode. After that, what we will do as a DBA is we will switch primary as standby and standby as primary. This will take probably, if I start the switchover of primary as standby and standby as primary, and if I start it at 6 p.m. by 6:15 I'll complete my switchover. I'll make primary as standby and standby as primary. After that, we will give the connection string of new primary to testers and some of the end users, and they will start connecting to the new primary and they will check whether all the data is present or not, whether all the transactions which they performed are present on the standby or not. After checking, again we will switch we'll switch new primary to standby, and then we will switch new standby to primary. This is called as DR test. So we will make primary as standby and standby as primary. We will check all the loads running properly on the new standby. If it is running, again we'll perform the switchback just to test whether our DataGuard configuration is working properly or not. So whenever we are doing this kind of operations, it is called as a switchover. Planned event to check the DR configuration. This is called as a switchover. Failover means natural disasters, so we can also say it as an unplanned event. Okay, now the another thing you need to consider is for all the transactions the redo will be generated. Now my next question is, one of my table space is exhausted and I don't have sufficient space on the mount point to increase my data file size. Now I want to create an additional data file. So I'll go for alter database, add data file, and then I'll specify the size. Now if I go ahead and add one data file, will it generate a redo? No. So how come the data file will be created on the standby? If it doesn't generate the redo, how come the standby will have the data file created? So for that we'll be using another parameter called as standby underscore management. And whenever we set standby underscore management to auto, Oracle will keep track of alter database, add data file commands or create table space commands, and it will execute the same commands on the standby server too. So standby underscore management equal to auto will make sure whenever we create a table space or whenever we add a data file, it will also be created on the standby. Okay. So now I'll show you how to create this DataGuard configuration and how to ship the redo content from primary to standby. Okay. So as a first step, I have two servers here. One is clone. Okay. I have two servers. One is clone and another is test. And in both the servers, I install 11gr2 binaries and also have ASM. I have 11gr2 RDBMS binaries and 11gr2 grid infrastructure. And then on this server, I have clone database created and this is present in the ASM. And on this server, I have ASM configured with two disk groups and I don't have any databases. Okay. Now we will go ahead and build a DR server on my test server. On the test server, I'll go ahead and build my DR database. Now, before doing that, as I said, we need to make the changes in some of the parameters of primary database. So we will set the environment to clone. Okay, this test server. First, we have to check whether the force logging is enabled or not. To check whether the force logging is enabled or not, we'll go for select force underscore logging from $database. This will show you whether the force logging is enabled or not. You can see the force logging is not enabled. So we have to enable the force logging. To do that, the command will be alter database force log. Okay, force log is one word, I guess. No. Alter database force log. 1 second. Sorry. Alter database force logging. This command will enable the force logging. Now if I go for select force underscore logging from $v database, I'll have the force logging as enabled. After that, we have to set file underscore server and file underscore client. Okay. Here the file underscore server. Oh. No. Okay. The file underscore server is set to clone dr, so we are good because it is set to it should set to clone dr, right? So we are good. And show parameter file underscore client. You only answered my question when I was asking you. It's like the connection string which we'll use in the TNS names, etc. So it will make the database as the server because it is using that service to connect to the standby database. Okay, and file underscore client should be clone. Even we are good with this one. For you guys, you need to change these parameters, and you already know how to change the parameters, right? Alter system set file underscore server equal to clone dr. Alter system set file underscore client equal to clone. After that, log underscore archive underscore dest underscore 1. Let us check what this is pointing to. Okay, my log archive dest 1 is pointing to slash backup. Leave it like that. Don't change anything for log archive dest 1. After that, show parameter log underscore archive underscore dest underscore 2. Okay, so as I said, I'll be using the log archive dest 2 which service is equal to clone dr, and the log writer I'll go for sync, and I'll make it as valid for what you want to. You want me to change the parameters? Yeah, I'll show you. Wait, just the initial configurations, right? I'll show you the clone dr. So log archive dest 2, you have to set it to service is equal to clone dr, log writer sync valid for online log files, as I said, and then you have to specify the DB unique name. The DB unique name is nothing but our DB name, and it will be the clone dr because on the standby my database name is clone dr. After that, show parameter log underscore arch underscore config. Show parameter config. Okay, it is log underscore archive underscore config. Here we have to specify it's a dg underscore configuration parameter, and we have to specify the databases which will be involved in our DataGuard, which is clone and clone dr. After that, as you're asking about the clone dr string, let us go ahead and add the clone dr string. I haven't created any clone dr string yet. Okay, so here I'll be adding a TNS entry for clone dr equal to copy paste. Now let me go onto my test server. This is my test server, and let me get the IP address. It is 192.168.1.84. Let me add this into TNS names, etc. And I'll be using the port 1521, and server is dedicated. Service name will be clone dr. So this is how we'll add the connection string. Okay, just specify the IP address of the standby server, port number of the listener which is running on the standby server, and then the service name. Save and exit the file. Now we have to create the listener on the standby. Come on, if the listener is running on port 1522, what you have to specify in TNS names, etc. You have to specify 1522, right? No, just, I mean, like, the connection string should have just a port number. Whatever the port on which the listener is running, you have to specify that port number. That's it. You don't need to do anything else. Hello? What the heck? Yeah. Hello, are you able to hear me now? My network got disconnected. Hello? Okay. You're able to hear me, right? Okay. Yeah. Let us go ahead and you asked me how to configure on a different port. We'll do that on different port. I'll make it as 1522 instead of 1521. I'll make it as 1522. Save and exit. Now I'll go onto my standby server, which is test. And as I already told you, whenever we have ASM configured, we need to start the listener from ASM home. So I have to set the environment to ASM. And now using netca, I'll create a listener. netca will be invoked from grid home. Now we'll go for listener configuration. We will add a new listener. I'll make it as listener underscore DB. Okay, TCP. And I'll use the port as 1522. Finish. Okay. And now I want this listener to support clone DR service. How can I make that? I want this listener to support clone DR service. Irrespective of whether the database is present or not on this server, I want the listener to support clone DR service. So what changes I have to make in the listener in order to support the clone DR service. Okay, I'll go to listener.aura. What I have to do here? We need to add a static entry. I told you during RMAN restoration and recovery. Do you remember that? Static entry should always have SID underscore list underscore listener name. Yeah. So we need to make a static entry for that listener. So SID underscore list underscore listener underscore DB equal to, and then we have to specify the Oracle SID, Oracle home, and all those things. So let me get that format. Probably I have it here. No. Okay. I don't have it here also. Okay. Let me get it from Google. I'll tell you why we need to add. You'll know. We'll be using active database cloning here. So whenever we're doing active database cloning, we need to connect to the primary as well as auxiliary instance using the connection string only. So I'll show you. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me make it as listener underscore DB. And my Oracle home is okay. This is my Oracle home. We have to specify the DB home. No, it should be Oracle home because we are specifying the SID here. So whatever the SID we are trying to start, we have to specify the corresponding Oracle home. So it should always be RDBMS home, not ASM home. Yep, clone is in ASM. If you remember, after performing the cloning, I told you how to migrate the local file system to ASM. That was for the clone database. So right now the clone is in ASM. Okay, the clone database data files are present in ASM, but the clone database is running out of RDBMS software, right? So we have to specify the RDBMS from here. Save and exit. Now lsnrctl, reload, listener underscore db. Okay, check the status. It is supporting the clone DR service. That's it. Good. And let us go back to our clone server. As far as I know, we made all the parameters changes. File client logger test2. Yeah. The another one is standby file management. I forgot that. Okay. We have to set the standby file management to auto. So that is set to auto. So we're good with it. Next, we need to copy the password file from primary to standby. I'll write down the steps also. Okay. I actually have a documentation which is for a different database. If you want, you can go to this documentation. I'll send you that Word doc. Oracle home /dbs. Copy the password file or a pw clone to 192.168.1.54 colon /oracle app oracle product 1124 /db. It was db, right? Yep, it is db. And we have to copy it to dbs folder. So I'm copying the password file from primary to standby. As I already told you, to ship the redo log files, it will always use a password file. It's 84. Okay, I'm using CP here. It should be SCP. Okay, now the password file is copied. After that, we have to create the necessary directories. You already know whenever we are doing the cloning, we need to create the necessary directory structure on the target server also. So let us go ahead and create the folders for the data files, redo log files. So SQL plus /sysdba. Select file underscore name from db underscore data files. Okay, all are present under place data, and within that place data we have clone, and within the clone we have data file. Okay, now do you guys want to go for the real-time apply? Do you want me to show the real-time apply or without real-time apply? Okay, so we'll create the standby redo log files also. So always remember, standby redo log files should be number of online log files plus 1. Always standby redo log file should be number of online log files plus 1. Oracle recommends to create n plus 1 number of standby redo log files. So first select group number from $log. I have 3 redo log groups here. So I'll be creating 4 redo log groups. And to create standby redo log files, the command will be alter database standby log file group 5 and plus data plus redo size 50M. Yeah, clone is source. Clone will be our primary database and clone is a source. Okay, yeah, correct. The question is correct. Always standby redo log files should be on the standby server. That is correct. But if you remember what I said, we'll be involved in performing the switchovers and failovers. So that means in future my primary may be standby. When my primary is standby, I want the standby redo log files. So remember always, there is no mandatory that standby redo log files will be present on the primary database, but it is recommended to create standby redo log files on the primary such that it will support switchovers and failovers. That is the reason why I'm creating my standby redo log files on the primary. C/50/size space 50. Do we have space on plus data? $17 MB. Okay, that is fine. I can go ahead and add them. C/5/6. Do you want to know why we have to create n+1 standby log files? So always MRP process will take much time in order to apply the redo content from primary from the redo log file onto the standby server, because it has to play committed transactions and it has to roll back the uncommitted transaction, all those things. So it will take some time to apply the redo content from standby redo log files onto the data files. So the log writer will keep on shipping the redo content, and it cannot hold the redo log files because MRP process still requires the redo content. That means it cannot write the content into the redo log files. So to be on the safer side, we will create n+1 redo log file such that even the MRP process is slower, we'll have additional redo log file to hold the content which is coming from the primary. That is the reason why Oracle recommends to have n+1 standby redo log files. So oh my goodness, I have to drop them. I created online redo log files. I have to go for standby. I forgot the standby keyword. When I use the C option, I changed the standby to online. That's my bad. Okay, let me change it back again. I'll go ahead and drop it. Alter database, drop log file, group 5. Alter database, drop log file, group 6. Alter database, drop log file, group 7. cd plus data, clone, online log, Okay, I'm good. I'll go ahead and create the standby log files. Alter database add standby log file group 5 plus data plus redo size 50 M. And I'm not sure if you remember or not, when we had the redo log files on the local file system, and when we drop the redo log group, the redo log files will still be present on the file system. But if you have the redo log files on the ASM, and if you are dropping the redo log group, automatically the files will be cleared from the ASM. On local, the files will still be existing. You have to go ahead and remove them manually. But on ASM, automatically the files will be deleted. Okay. So when I go for select group number from $log, it will only give me the online redo log files. It will not give me information about the standby redo log files. If you want to get the information about standby redo log files, either we have to go for group number members from $log file. Sorry, member slash member. Here you can see 8 redo log groups which are created. But if you really want to have another alternative for log to show about standby log files, there is a view called as $log underscore standby. 1 minute, I forgot the view name. Yep. Describe $standby underscore log. So here you can go for select group number, members, bytes by 1024 by 1024 from $standby underscore log. This will give you information about the standby log files. I have 2, 3 and 4. I don't have the group 1. That is the reason why I have 8. Okay, looks like it doesn't have any members. Okay. C slash members comma slash. Okay. So if you want to get information about standby log files, you have to go for $standby underscore log. After getting the standby log files, let us go ahead and check it out how the directory structure is present for ASM. Okay. In data disk group, I have a folder called as clone. So that means I have to go on to my test server and I have to set my environment to ASM. LSTG. Here I have the disk groups called as DG underscore data and DG underscore redo. That is fine. We can remap the control file, we can remap the data files and all those things you already know. We can use GB file name convert and log file name convert. So cd DG underscore data, and here I'll be creating a folder called as clone dr. and within the clone dir I have to create the folders whatever it is present for clone. It has backup set, control file, data file, online log, parameter file and temp file. I don't need to create the backup set because this was created as part of our backup command when we did the migration from local file system to ASM. Apart from this directory, we have to create rest of the directories: control file, data file, online log, parameter file and temp file. So let us go ahead and create them. mkdir, data file, control file, online log, parameter file and temp file. Data file, control file, online log, parameter file, temp file. Okay. To list the directories, we'll just use the command ls. Now I have control file, data file, online log, parameter file and temp file. So I'm good. Next, I'll go to redo plus redo, and even in redo I have the clone folder. So on the test I have to go to dg underscore redo, make a directory with the name clone dir, go into clone dir folder and create control file and online log. Let me make it as a uniform. I'll create a folder with the capital name. Here it is capital, right? So I want to make it as similar. I'll delete it. rm-rf clone dir. Almost same. Almost the commands are same. I guess I told you these commands, like to create the directories and all those things. Okay, let me create it again. Okay, now I have all the directories. I'll exit from here. Next, I have to create the diagnostic desk directories and all those things. So I'll go for show parameter diag. Okay, diagnostic desk is pointing to G01 app oracle. So show parameter dump. Okay, the background desk is pointing to oracle base diag rdbms clone and clone folder. Within that I have a trace folder. So I have to create the similar things on my test. So exit cd slash oracle app oracle diag rdbms. I have to create a folder called as clone dir. Within clone dir I have to create trace and cdump. You can see within clone dir to clone dir it has trace folder and cdump. So I have to create both of them. Oh, let me create clone dir inside the clone dir. mkdir trace and cdump. Trace cdump. After that, we have to create the audit test. Meter audit. Audit file test is pointing to Oracle base admin clone adump. So cd Oracle base. Here we have to create a folder called as within admin. Create a folder called as clone dir. Go into clone dir. Create a folder adump. Okay. Now all the directories are created. All the directory structure is created. We have to connect to the target instance. In RMAN, the target instance is nothing but from the database which we are taking the backup, right? So don't confuse with the target and source of DataGuard with RMAN target and source. Now my target server will be clone because I have to copy the files from clone database to the test database. So my target will be clone. That means I have to connect to clone, then I have to connect to the auxiliary instance of test. You already know while performing the cloning we'll connect to the target as well as auxiliary instance. So first let us go ahead and create a parameter file on test server. And here, okay, let me set it to database environment. I have the document created. I'll give it to you. Or else I can also do this way actually. If you really want the written documentation, I do have my own blog. One second. Okay, I'll send you this folder, okay, which says FortechBees. You can open this folder, go into mount folder, space, and then click on this index.html. You'll get the browser, and here you'll have all the posts. You can click on this 11j to DataGuard setup. Just click on this one, and you'll get starting from how to set up the virtual machines. You'll get all the steps. I'll send this folder to you. Okay. On the test server, I'm adding an entry for etc Aura tab. I know I'll be creating a database called as clone dir, and the Oracle home will be Oracle app Oracle product 1120/db. This is my Oracle home, colon n save and exit dot space or inv clone dir. Okay, now we have to go to Oracle home dbs folder. Here you have to create a password file, parameter file, init clone dir.aura, and just have two parameters. The mandatory parameters are db name, which we have to set it as clone dir, and then the other one is db underscore block underscore size, which should be 8192. Save and exit. SQL plus /sysdba. Startup no mount. Exit from here. We have to connect to our target server. So we need to add remember the listener should be up and running from grid home, but TNS name Sotara should be used from RDBMS home. Okay, whenever you have ASM, listener should be running from ASM home and TNS name Sotara should be present in RDBMS home. So vi TNS name Sotara. Here I have to add for clone because clone is my target server. Let me get the IP address of the server. And on the target server, the listener is running on port 1522. Let me check that also. Okay, it is running on port 1521. And the service name is clone. Save and exit the file. Okay, now I have to add clone DR connection string also here. I'll tell you why. '84 and clone DR. When we did the cloning, when we did the passive cloning, I told you we have to connect to RMAN target /oracle @clone auxiliary /. This is what I told, right? For cloning, RMAN target /oracle @oracle and auxiliary /. But whenever you are trying to do active database cloning, even for connecting to auxiliary instance, we have to connect using a connection string. Whenever you are using active database cloning, even auxiliary database, you have to connect to it using the connection string. So I have to go for sys/oracle @clone_dr. This is a mandatory. You cannot just do auxiliary /. The moment you do auxiliary / and you issue duplicate command, it will say auxiliary instance also need to be connected using the connection string. So we'll go for this. Okay, vi listener.ora. Oops. I created listener on port 1522 on test server or somewhere else. Okay, this is Oracle home. Okay, good. Dot or inv asm Oracle home network admin. Listener CTL status. Okay, let me set the environment to async. Okay, I already did it. CTL status listener underscore DB. Okay, it is supporting the service. So probably I haven't set the connection string properly. So clone dr or kill home network admin tns names.ora. You'll get confused. Please make sure TNS names will be in RDBMS home, listener.ora is present in grid home, and the clone DR should point to port 1522 as my listener is running on port 1522. Okay, now I'll issue RMAN. It should be that only. At the rate clone DR. Okay, let us do one thing. SQL plus sys/oracle at the rate clone DR sysdba. I want to just check whether it is working or not. Okay, same thing, insufficient privileges. So probably Oracle home DBS. Here my password file should be ora pw clone dr because my instance name is clone dr, right? So when I copied the file, I just copied it as ora pw clone. It should be ora pw clone dr. So I'll just move the file. You're understanding, right? Okay. Now, while during the duplication, you have to specify a DB file name convert, log file name convert. Because my data file locations are different, my redo log file locations are different. Correct? And then if you see log archive dest1, it should be same location backup because I'm using the same location on my standby server also. Next, do I need to set log archive dest2 on the standby? To support switchover and failover? Yeah, we need to have the log archive dest2 also. Now my service should be set to clone, not clone dr. So I have to change this parameter also. And then file underscore server should be clone now. When I'm setting file underscore server on standby, I'm setting file underscore server on standby. In this case, what should be the file underscore server? This will apply when we revert back. It should be clone and this should be clone dr. So I have to change 1, 2 and 3. Log archive dest2, file server, file client, and then I have to add file name convert and log name convert. So I made everything, I add everything into a run block. Here I created a run block, and here when we went for the passive cloning, we just did duplicate target database to database name, right? We just did here. Let me show you that. Duplicate target database to clone. This is what we did when we performed the cloning. Now, but when we did the cloning at that time, we took the backup on the clone. We took the backup on the target database. We copied the files onto the auxiliary instance server, and then we connected to auxiliary and target, and then we did this one. Now what we are doing is, like, we are not taking the backup on the clone server. We are not copying the backup files. We are just doing a cloning using active database cloning. And whenever you want to do active database cloning, we'll use the option from active database. If you want to go for active database cloning, we'll just use the keyword from active database. Now, the database which I'm trying to clone, it will be used for the standby database. The clone DR will be standby. So while performing the duplicate, I have to specify I'm duplicating the target database for standby, such that RMAN will create a standby control file instead of current control file, and it will make the database role as standby. So in vDollr database, you actually have a column called as database underscore role. Yep, database underscore role. This will show you whether the database is primary or standby. You can see the database role is primary. And when we are building the standby database, we need to build it as standby database. So that is the reason why we will go for duplicate target database for standby, and then we are using the from active database. We are using active database cloning. So we'll go for from active database. And then within the SP file, I want to change some of the parameters. Whenever we are performing the cloning, it will copy the SP file from clone to clone DRs to the test server, and then it will use that SP file to start up the instance. Now, when it is trying to copy the SP file from clone to test, I want to make some changes on my SP file which will be present on my test server. So to change those parameters, I'll be specifying it here. So DB unique name will be clone DR, log archive dest1. Yeah, this is okay actually. Slash backup. We don't need to set this parameter, but I'll just kept it on. Log archive dest2. We have to go for services clone, and then valid for all log files. DB file name convert should be plus data should be mapped to dg underscore data, and clone should be mapped to clone dr. So what I did, plus data slash clone to plus dg underscore data slash clone dr, and log file name convert, I have to make it as plus data slash clone plus dg underscore data slash clone dr, comma plus data, sorry, plus redo slash clone plus dg underscore redo slash clone dr. So I'm remapping my redo log files, and then the local listener should have the local IP address, which is 84. So I have to change that also. Local listener should be pointing to 84, and the port should be 1522. Next, file underscore server, file client, as I told you. So we will run this duplicate command. Any questions on this part? Probably clone is in caps. Yeah, thanks. Yep. But actually it doesn't matter in ASM. Clone dr. Okay, here. Yeah, rest of the things looks good. And probably I forgot to tell you this part. When we are setting log archive dash 2, I told you service, I told you log writer, sync, and valid underscore for all log files I told you, but not for primary role. So in the future, we may convert the standby to primary or okay, forget about that. The log archive dash 2 is sending the redo content. The redo content is online redo content, and it is sending from primary database. So we have to specify it as primary role. The default is also primary role. You give or not, it doesn't matter. But just I'm telling you, we are sending the database, sending the redo content from the primary database. So that is the reason why we have to specify it as primary underscore role. Next, we'll go ahead and run this run block. We missed something over here. I have to check it out. Okay, this parameter value convert option will be used for remapping the background dump test and all those things. Okay, it should be online underscore log files actually. Yeah. So log archive dash 2 will be sending the online log files. So we have to go for online log files. That is, the Oracle Home doesn't matter. It will automatically take the Oracle Home using the RDBMS which it is using. Okay, I'll go ahead and type one by one. Probably we'll see the mistake there. It said error expecting syntax error found bracket close expecting advice allocate backup catalog change something like that. Okay. Bracket close means it should be let me copy 3 lines first. Okay. It is running. Probably the initial copy command I haven't copied it properly. Oh yeah. Yep. See here on my primary database, show parameter, diagnostic, show parameter, diagnostic. Diagnostic test is pointing to U01 APP Oracle, but on my test server it should point to /oracle/app/oracle. So I have to set the diagnostic test to /oracle app oracle. So in my run block, I also need to add that. If you have the same Oracle home, it doesn't matter for the diagnostic desk because it will be always Oracle based. If your Oracle home is different, you have to set that. So I'll be using set diagnostic underscore desk equal to slash Oracle slash app slash Oracle. Okay. And then as it is failed, we have to perform some cleanup. So Oracle home dbs, remove the sp file, start up the instance using the p file. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and run this run block again. We have to exit here because the instance was terminated, so it cannot connect to it again. Okay. Okay. So looks like it is not able to map those things. So Karthik, what you said was correct. So it is not remapping U01 to Oracle. So I have to set my background dump desk and all those parameters also. So what I will do is I'll add those one also here. So I have to set background underscore dump underscore desk equal to slash Oracle app Oracle DataGuard DBMS clone dr. So whatever the parameters we want to change, we have to add it in the run block. Clone dr followed by clone dr slash trace and set user underscore dump underscore desk equal to set core dump desk equal to, it should be cdump, and then set audit file desk equal to slash Oracle app Oracle admin clone dr a dump. This is what we created: Oracle app Oracle DAG RDBMS clone dr a dump. Let us check again. Oracle app Oracle DAG no cd dot slash admin clone dr a dump. So it should be Oracle app Oracle admin. So yeah, that's what I gave. Oracle app Oracle admin clone dr a dump. Okay, we're good to go now. Just we need to delete those things. Exit, remove the sp file again. kill a process, kill -9. Because there is no option, we can shut down this instance. Whenever we have no such file or directory with unable to create audit trail file, we cannot do anything. We just need to kill this process. 16025. Okay. SQL plus /sysdba. Still probably some of the background process are existing. So okay. ps -ef grep smon. We have to kill this smon also. 16049. Now I can log in. Oh my goodness. Okay. ps -ef grep ora underscore to get the list of background process. Okay. These many background processes are running against clone_dir. We need to kill all this process. Okay. So to do that, we can do one thing. ps -ef grep ora underscore pipe awk print $2. Did I told you about awk command? So now I'm getting ps -ef grep ora underscore. In this output, I'm just printing the second column, which is process ID. And then I will give it as an argument to xargs kill -9. This will kill all the processes with this process ID. I missed a single quote there. Okay, it's good now. ps -ef grep ora underscore. Okay, now I don't have any background process running. /sysdba startup no mount. Exit. Connecting to target as well as auxiliary again. And let me copy this. Yeah, it will take the arguments from, it will take as an argument from the previous command output. So I'm piping it right. So it will take all the process IDs as arguments. Okay, another one we forgot. We need to remap the control files also. Control file is present in data, this group there. Now it is present, it will be present in dg underscore data. So I forgot that one also. Show parameter control underscore files. Okay, control file is present in place data and redo. So we will specify set control underscore files equal to, I'll just give the this group names, which will be dg underscore data and dg underscore redo. Again, we have to do some cleanup. SQL plus /sysdba set about exit rm-rf sp file 1 startup no mount. We cannot be 100% correct, so we have to go through these errors and we have to fix them one by one. So it is copying all the parameters and it is also executing whatever the parameters which we want to change on the standby. After that, it will create an SP file on the standby. Now it will start up the instance using that SP file, and then it will restore the control file from the primary. Okay, it was able to restore the control file. It's copying the control file now. And you can see it is copying it as standby control file because we did duplicate target database for standby. Okay. Now the database, it will start up the instance again and it will mount the database using the standby control file. Now it will pull the data files from primary and it will store it into the standby. Okay, now it is pulling the data files. And this active database cloning is available only in 11G. In 10G we have to go for passive. So once we complete with the DataGuard configuration, we'll take 30 minutes break and we'll come back again and I'll show you how to troubleshoot the DataGuard issues and I'll show you how to perform the switchover and failover. Probably I'll take another 2 hours of class. So we can complete it by 2:30, I guess. Is that okay if I take another 2 hours of class? Okay. And let me check my ASM disk group sizes. I'm not sure whether I have 4 GB of space or not. If I don't have it, I'll die now. Okay, I do have 4 GB, so I'm good. And to start the MRP process, the command will be alter database recover managed standby database. This is the command to start the MRP process. So as I said, MRP process will always be running on the standby server, which will apply the redo content onto the standby data files. So to start up the MRP process, yep, you will be provided with some documentation actually. Yep. Let me show you some of the documents. Usually, I mean, like in the real time, if one of the team member is performing any build activity or if he's doing any new thing which rest of the team members are not aware of, he's supposed to prepare a document and he's supposed to upload it to the SharePoint. And that SharePoint can be accessed by all the team members. You can go through those documentations actually. Yeah. So this is the 11J-R2 initial setup when we did in JP Morgan Chase. So we prepared a document for that. So here we have to give the table contents and all those things, and we will have clear cut steps on how to perform these installations. And you can follow this documentation in order to perform the installations. How the kernel parameters needs to be changed, how to install the RPMs and all those things. You'll have each and every step. But some of the companies will not do the documentation. In those cases, you have to find the documents online, or else you can have some Oracle documentations also. In the My Oracle support which I showed you on the other day, you can search for some of the documents to install the 11J-R2 software and all those things. If it's a big company, yep, there'll be a separate team to perform the installations. Okay, our duplication is done. We are good with the standby build. Our DataGuard is ready. Yep. It depends actually. I mean, like, I'm not sure. Some of the team members will be cooperative, so they'll help you. Some of them will say I'll not involve. So it depends actually. Yeah. So if it's a rack build, we usually go for 2 weeks. If it's a standalone build, we'll usually go for 1 week. We'll take 1 week of time. Select database underscore role from $database. You can see the database role is physical standby. I forgot to tell you another thing. Actually, DataGuard is of 2 types. One is we can build physical standby database, physical DataGuard. Second is logical DataGuard. So standby can be of 2 types. One is physical standby. The second is logical standby. Most of the companies will use physical standby, but some of the companies will prefer to go for logical standby. Whatever the build which we did is almost the same. After that, if you go for physical standby database, MRP process will be involved in applying the redo content to the data files. If we go for logical standby, what actually will happen is it will get the information, it will get the redo information from the redo log files. It will not be MRP process here. There will be another process called as log miner. Whenever we go for logical standby, we will have a log miner process which will get the redo content, and this log miner will translate the redo content into SQL files or SQL commands, and it will execute the SQL commands against the database. That means whenever you have a logical standby database, your logical standby will be open because it has to execute the SQL statements. it will be in open read-write mode. So even your standby database will be in open mode, and users can connect to standby database in order to generate reports. So the advantage of logical standby is we can open the standby database, and we can distribute the load in such a way that reporting kind of applications can go ahead and use this database, logical standby database. Because even the logical standby database is open, the reporting kind of applications can go ahead and use this logical standby database. So we can reduce some of the load on our primary production database. And the difference between physical and standby is MRP process will be involved with physical, log miner will be involved with logical standby. And on the logical, if you have the logical standby will be in open mode, and SQL statements will be run against those commands. And the other thing is, if you go for physical standby, it will be a block-to-block replica, block-to-block level replica of the standby. But if you go for a logical standby database, it will not be block-to-block replica. Of course, whatever the data is present in the primary will also be present in the standby, but you may have some additional information on the standby because users can create additional objects on the logical standby. But don't worry about this logical standby, just concentrate on this physical standby, because 99% of the companies will use physical standby, so you don't need to worry about logical standby. Because with 11G feature, actually what happened is we can set up an active DataGuard. Another type of DataGuard coming with 11G is active DataGuard. Okay, so in active DataGuard what happens is everything will hold the same. The only thing is MRP process can apply the redo content even when the database is open mode. So in active DataGuard we'll have the standby database with open read only. That means users cannot perform read-write operations, but it will be in read-only mode, such that the reporting applications can connect to standby database to perform the reporting job, and then on the background MRP process will apply the redo content onto the standby server. So active DataGuard is nothing but we'll open the database in read only on the standby server, and MRP process will be activated. So now here my standby database will be in mount mode, and I have to start the recovery process. To do that, we'll be issue the command alter database recover managed standby database using current log file. Here, if you go for using current log file, then only we will enable the real-time apply. Okay, if we use using current log file, we will enable the real-time apply. If we don't specify using current log file, and if you just specify alter database recover manage standby database, it will go for non-real-time apply. Even though you have standby redo log files, it will not go for real-time apply. If you want to have the real-time apply, you have to use using current log file. After that, we have to specify disconnect. This is very important. Real-time apply will get MRP process will get the information from redo log files, and it will apply the redo content onto the data files. If you don't enable the real-time apply, MRP process will wait until the content from standby redo log files is archived to archlog destination, and then it will pick the redo content from archlog files. Already told you, if you want to have the real time, we have to create the standby redo log files. Here we have to specify disconnect. If you don't specify disconnect, the control will not be given back. So by specifying disconnect, MRP process will run in the background and the control will be given back. So this is the command to start MRP process. Alter database recover, manage standby database using current log file, disconnect. Okay. Now we will go ahead and create some table on the clone database. Create table scott.emp underscore dg underscore demo select star from scott.emp underscore 100. A table is created. Just do archive log list, okay? That's okay. So you can see it here, the current log sequence number is 83, okay? So if we have the same log sequence number on the standby also, that means both are in sync. If you want to check whether the primary and standby are in sync with each other or not, we have to use archive log list command. It will give you the current log sequence number here, and then we have to go on to the standby server. We have to specify archive log list. Okay, so the current log sequence number here is 0. Okay, but here the current log sequence number is 83. That means there is some problem with our recovery. We'll check it out. Exit from here. The table which we created on the primary is not shipped or is not created yet on the standby. The current log sequence number should be same on the primary as well as on the standby. So we have to go to alert log destination in order to figure out the issue. Yep, I forgot one thing. Yep, I know what is the issue. Show parameter log underscore archive underscore dest underscore state underscore 2. So usually for each and every archive log destination, there is associated archive log destination state parameter. So when the state is set to enable, then only primary will ship the redo content from primary to standby. If you set the parameter as differ, it will not send the redo log files from primary to standby. So once you perform the cloning, you have to enable log archive dest state 2 such that primary will send the redo content from primary to standby. So let us go ahead and enable this parameter. Alter system set log archive. Even though you set log archive dest 2, it will not be enabled until this parameter is set to enable. Okay, now it will start sending the redo log files from primary to standby, and we can expect the log sequence number to be changed. It is 84. Let us go ahead and check it out now. Now the current log sequence number is 84. That means the table which we created on the primary has been created on the standby also. So if you want to check whether the table is created or not, first we have to stop the MRP process. To stop the MRP process, we'll be using the command alter database recover managed standby database cancel. This will stop the MRP process. Next, open the database in read only. Alter database open read only. You cannot open the database in read write mode. Standard database you cannot open read write mode. Even you just do alter database open, it will open in read only mode. So describe, I have the table now. So that means whatever the changes which are which I'm making on primary is getting reflected on my standby. So I'm good with DataGuard configuration. So standby and primary are in sync. To check whether the primary and standby are in sync or not, we'll go ahead and use archive log list. This will show you the current log sequence number. If the current log sequence number matches with the primary, then both are in sync. After that, to enable the MRP process again, we have to issue set immediate. Startup mount. Alter database. Open. Alter database. Recover. Managed. Standby. Database. Using current log file. Disconnect. Okay. This is how we will enable the MRP process. This you already know, so I'm not using it. What I will do now is alter database. Open. Read only. And then I'll go for alter database, recover, managed standby database using current log file, disconnect. This is nothing but active DataGuard. If you have the standby in read-only mode and MRP process runs in the background, then it is called as the active DataGuard. If you start up the database in mount mode and if you enable the recovery process, it will be physical standby. Now we have the active DataGuard. Whatever the tables we are creating on the primary, it will be shipped onto the standby, and we don't need to stop the MRP process to access those tables. So create table scott.emp underscore 444 as select. I haven't given that command. I just did Control C actually. I told you right, I'll not do this, and then I did Control C there. Okay, now the table is created here. 85. We'll go to test. Describe emp scott.emp underscore 444. See? So both are in sync. Okay? Do you have any questions till now? Yeah, they are in sync, right? No, we cannot write. If we write, it will change the meaning of the data guard, right? That means we'll have some additional objects on the standby, and that is not. Okay, we'll take 30 minutes break, and we'll continue at 1:15. Okay. Okay then. I'll stop the recording. I'll let the meeting like this only. Just come back at 1:15. Yeah, sure. 60% డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ ఇస్తారు, 40% ఇవ్వరు. బట్ ఒక్కసారి హౌ టు సెటప్ DataGuard అంటే మీకు చాలా దొరుకుతాయి. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏదైతే ప్రాసెస్ ఫాలో అయ్యామో DataGuard సెటప్కి, ద సేమ్ థింగ్ హోల్డ్స్ గుడ్ ఇన్ ద రియల్ టైమ్. Whatever I showed you, I just did the same thing in the real time. Yeah, we have to follow that step by step. But you have to know the internal logic. If you know the concept, by looking at the documentation, you can tell whether the document is correct or not. I did it right. I haven't took any. I haven't checked any documentation or something like that. Even I haven't prepared anything. Just class start అయ్యే ముందు ఆ వర్డ్ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసా అంతే, మీకు చూపించడానికి అంతే. ఒక 2-3 సెటప్ చేస్తే మీకు ఇంటర్నల్ లాజిక్ అర్థమవుతే, ప్రాసెస్ తెలిస్తే ఇంకా యూ విల్ రిమెంబర్ రైట్ వాట్ వీ నీడ్ టు చేంజ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. Okay then, see you at 1:15. Okay. You're back, right? Okay. So DataGuard can be in 3 modes. You can set up 3 types of modes in DataGuard. One is maximum performance, second is maximum availability, third is maximum protection. These are the 3 modes which are available with DataGuard configuration. The default is maximum performance. I'll tell you what is the difference between each of these modes. First, if you have the DataGuard configuration in maximum performance, you can have ARCH or LGWR to ship the redo log files. If you have the DataGuard in maximum protection mode or maximum availability, you need to have LGWR with sync option to ship the redo content. That means in maximum performance mode, we'll have minimum data loss in case of failures. You already know, because if you configure, it may or may not, but if you configure it with ARCH, you'll have the minimum data loss in maximum performance mode. Okay? Because you're configuring the DataGuard with ARCH will be sending the redo content. That means it needs to wait until until the content from the redo log file is archived to the local destination. So there are chances that there will be some data loss whenever you have any failures. But with maximum protection and maximum availability, there will be no data loss, because you're going for log writer with sync option. So whatever the content being written to the redo log files, it will also be written onto the standby. As a result, you'll have no data loss. Okay? Now, difference between maximum protection and maximum available. Okay. First, I'll go for difference between maximum protection and maximum performance mode. In maximum protection mode, there will be 0 data loss. And the second thing is, whenever the user issues commit, It will wait until the redo content is written to local redo log files and remote redo log files. Here there are chances of minimum data loss. Commit will be completed after log writer writes the content to local redo log files. Now the third thing is, whenever the standby database is down, can you expect what will happen when the standby database is down? Based upon the above 2 points, what will happen if the standby database is down? That means the database will be hung, right? So whenever the standby database is down, it will not allow the commits. That means the database will be hung. So whenever you have the DataGuard in maximum protection mode, your database will be down. So it will bring down primary database 2. Until standby database is up, the primary database will also be down. This is one of the disadvantages of maximum protection mode. But here it will continue its operations irrespective of whether standby is up or not. So this is the difference between a maximum protection and maximum performance mode. So it is a difference between a zero data loss and availability. So if you want high availability, you have to go for maximum performance mode because it will not bring down the primary database. If you want zero data loss, you have to go for maximum protection mode. If you want to go for a trade-off between maximum protection and maximum performance mode, go for maximum availability. When standby is up and running, it behaves like maximum protection. When standby is down, it behaves like maximum performance. So these are the difference between three modes. So which one you prefer? Based upon three differences, which one you want to prefer? Why not maximum availability? Because if the standby is up and running, you'll have zero data loss. If the standby is down, it will behave like a maximum performance. So it's better to go for maximum availability. Even in the real time, we'll use maximum availability. Now, to set or to change the mode of the DataGuard configuration, we have to connect to the primary database. Here, first we have to check for log archive dest2 parameter. If you want to change maximum performance to maximum availability or maximum protection mode, you have to check log archive dash to parameter. If you are using log writer and if you are using sync, you are good to change the mode from maximum protection, maximum performance to maximum protection or maximum availability. Now, if you want to change the mode from maximum performance to maximum availability, I'll show you how to do that. But before doing that, let us go for VDOL database. Protection underscore mode, protection underscore level from $v database. You can see maximum protection mode is maximum performance and maximum performance. So we are in maximum performance mode. So in VDOL database, you have to go for protection mode and protection level columns to get whether the data guard is in maximum performance or maximum availability. Now, in order to change the mode from maximum performance to maximum availability, we'll be using the command alter database set standby database to maximize availability. This will change the protection mode from maximum performance to maximum availability. In a similar way, if you want to change it from maximum availability to maximum protection, you can just do maximize protection. This is how we'll change the mode of data card. Any questions till now? Difference between these modes and how to change the mode of the data guard. It's the same. No, it will be same. Anything else? Okay. Now, I'll pause the screen for some couple of minutes and I'll get back again. Okay. So now I'll do archive log list. My current log sequence is 86. Okay. I'll go on to my standby. Current log sequence is 86. We're good. Let me generate one archive log file. Now the current log sequence number will be 87. You can see the current log sequence number is 87. Now we'll go back onto the standby. Current log sequence number is 87. Okay, we are good. Let me shut down my standby server. Whatever the parameters which we set on primary, those will be reflected on the standby also. And whatever the configuration we enabled on primary, all will be reflected on the standby because we did a cloning. So it will just clone whatever it is present in the source. Now I'm starting it up again. Startup mount. Alter database. I'm not going for active data guard. I'm just going it for the physical data guard now. Alter database, recover, manage, standby database using current log file. Disconnect. Okay. /su I/u yes I. Okay. Again, I'm generating one more redo log file here. Alter system archive log current. Let me check the archive log list. Archive log list now is 89. Let me go on to test archive log list. This is 89. This is 87. That means my standby is lagging with primary by 2 log sequences. Whatever the redo content which was generated with log sequence number 88 and 89 is not applied yet on the standby. So something is wrong. How to troubleshoot the issue? Depending upon whatever we did till now, can you guess what could have happened? I did something after pausing the screen. Just I want you guys to troubleshoot the issue now. Depending upon the things whatever we did, whatever the steps which we followed to set up the data guard, what issue can cause the standby to be out of sync with primary? How come credentials will be wrong? Okay, let me check that. So you are saying the credentials may be wrong. I'll do one thing. I will create a user. Let me log in as root. Okay. Now I logged in as root user. I'm creating a user. User add Mohan minus small g on dba. Sorry. User add minus c dba Mohan. PSSWD space Mohan. Okay. Now Let me log in as Mohan user. Okay. If I do let me set the environment to clone dr SQL plus sys/oracle as sysdba. Let me try it with a different password, saying sys/mohan. Okay, I'll do one thing. Let me log in as root again. User del mohan. User add mohan. Okay, if I check Mohan, Mohan user belongs to just Mohan and the group he belongs to is Mohan. Let me log in as Mohan user. Let me set the environment to clone dr SQL plus sys/oracle as sysdba. It is saying insufficient privileges. So that means my password file would have been corrupted or something would have happened. So let us check that. Dot space or inv clone dr cd $oracle_home /dbs. I don't have the password file, so I have to create the password file again. Ora pwd space file is equal to ora pw clone dr password equal to oracle. Okay, now I create the password file. Let us check. I'll again generate one more archive log file, alter system archive log current archive log list. Okay, right now it is 90. Let me go back to my test. Yep, it is similar, right? The password is oracle, so it's good now. Of course, yeah, we should copy or else we can create the password file. But copying is a better option actually. But now it is similar. I made it as same. In the real time, yes, copy the file from primary to standby. Now, log list. Okay, so to ship the read log files from primary to standby, primary will use the connection string whichever we specified for the service, and it will log in as sysdba. So it requires a password file in order to log in to the standby server and to ship the read log files from primary to standby. But on the standby, somehow the password file got corrupted or it is missing. So I recreated the password file to fix the issue. Is it clear? Okay, but still the archive files are not shipping onto the standby. What could be the issue now? Or else, what log file you want me to check in order to get the root cause? Yep, you have to check the alert log. First, check the alert log in the primary on the standby server. Okay. It said all database require managed database is completed, but it is not getting any redo log files. Okay, after 87th log sequence number, it is not getting any redo log file. So that means there is some problem on the primary side, or primary is not enabled. Primary is not able to ship the redo log files to the standby. So we'll go ahead and check the alert log on primary. Okay, so here in the alert log it is saying TNS no listener. So it is unable to ship the RK-log files onto the standby because the listener is down on the standby side. Okay. So these are the two common errors whenever the standby is in out of sync. One is no listener. Second is heartbeat failed to connect to standby. Heartbeat failed to connect to standby will occur whenever the password file mismatch occurs, and no listener will occur whenever there is no listener on the standby, or if the listener on the standby is down, then we will get these issues. So one of the way to check the cause is we have to check it in the alert log. The other way is select message from $DataGuard underscore status. Even this will show you the same thing whatever it is present in the alert log. It will just get the text from the alert log related to the DataGuard configuration. So you can see, check whether the listener is up and running or not. Heartbeat failed to connect to the standby. So you can check it using $DataGuard underscore status. The another way to check is select dest underscore ID status error from $DataGuard underscore status where dest underscore ID in 1, 2. Sorry, it should be $. Archived underscore dest underscore status. Okay. The other way is we can check it in $archive underscore dest underscore status where the destination ID is 1 and 2. Because for my DataGuard configuration, I'm just using log archive dest 1 and log archive dest 2. So I'm just interested in the destination 1 and 2. So on the status for the destination ID, the status is valid. So we are good with destination ID 1. But the destination ID 2 says error and ORA 12541 no listener. So these are the three ways in which you can check why the standby is in out of sync with primary. Okay. One is $archive dash status. Second is DataGuard underscore status. Third is arclog. Now let us go ahead and start the listener on the test. Okay. And remember, whenever you have the DataGuard configuration enabled, you cannot go ahead and straight away delete the arcalog files. If the arcalog files are not applied on the standby, then your DataGuard will be out of sync and you need to again rebuild your DataGuard, because if the arcalogs are missing, you cannot do anything. So you need to rebuild the DataGuard again. So whenever you have the DataGuard configuration, you should very carefully delete the arcalog files. You have to check whether it is applied on the standby or not. Now if I do arcalog list, okay. So once you bring up the listener, sometimes Oracle doesn't know whether it is up or not. So you can manually tell the Oracle alter system archive log current. I already showed you, right? You have to go for archive log list. You can see this log sequence number is 91, and on the test archive log list. So you have to check for the sequence number. So sequence number 87 to 91 is not applied yet. So you should not delete them. Let me execute the same command again. Probably Oracle still doesn't know that the listener is up and running on the standby. I'll show you. So still on the primary, it is saying the listener is not up and running. But on the standby, my listener is up and running and I know. So sometimes it will take time for primary database to recognize that the listener is up and running and to send the redo log files from primary to standby. Or else what you can do is like just go ahead and change log archive dash to 2 with the same settings. Don't do anything. When you set it again, it will try to connect to the standby and it will sync up everything. Okay. Now check for this one. Both are valid. Okay, still it is showing 87. Let us come back to our primary. Okay. Now it is saying insufficient privileges. Earlier it was no listener. Now it is saying insufficient privileges. Let us compare the password file of primary and standby. Whenever you have insufficient privileges, that means it is because of password file. So let us go to the standby. Exit. cd $oracle_home /dbs strings ora pw clone dr. Okay, we'll exit from here. Strings or a PW clone. Okay, see, it's different. Whatever the password file which is present here, the content is different here and there. So we need to sync up the password file. I'll copy the password file from primary to standby. I'll make sure I'll copy it as or a PW clone DR. Okay, now the password file has been copied. SQL+/SSDBA. Let us generate one more arclog. Okay. Let us modify the arclog destination to again, just to let Oracle know. We have to give some time for Oracle to pick it up properly, but if you want to see the results immediately, you have to set the parameter again. Okay. Alter system. Arclog current. Okay. So now your standby will be in sync. 95. So very good. So these are we have to troubleshoot the issues. Okay. Now the arclog deletion policy, right? So we'll go to RMAN target slash. Show all. Here you will have configure arclog deletion policy. Okay. So if you set configure arclog deletion policy to after shipping the files to standby, then your arclog files will be deleted only after the arclog files are shipped onto the standby. Let me show you the exact configuration. So this is the command, configure arclog deletion policy to applied on standby. So whenever you set arclog deletion policy like this, RMAN will only delete the arclog files after they are applied on the standby. So this is the procedure we will follow. We will configure the arclog deletion policy in this way. Okay. So RMAN will check whether they are applied on the standby or not. On the target database, yes. Or on the primary database. Yeah, the original one after backing it down to tape will go for arclog deletion policy after completed before sysdate -2. Then it will store the current
2 days of arclog files and it will delete the old arclog files. Or else, see here, what you are telling is different. You are saying after taking on tape, deleting the arclog files, deleting the backed up arclog files is different than deleting the arclog files from the arclog destination. This is about deleting the arclog files from the arclog destination. So if you have a DataGuard configuration, you'll go for configure arclog deletion policy to applied on standby. So whenever you go for this one, it will delete the arclog files from the arclog destination after being applied on the standby. If you don't have the DataGuard configuration, we will go for completed before sysdate -2 such that it will delete all the arclog files which are older than 2 days, and it will make sure the arclog destination is not 100% full. And deleting the backup files will depend upon your retention policy. Based upon your retention policy, you will have the delete obsolete backup command to delete the obsolete backups. Clear? Okay. Now I'll show you how to perform switchover and how to perform failover. I'll show you how to perform switchover because switchover will have the same steps what we'll do on the failover. Failover means we'll just switch the standby database to primary, whereas in switchover we'll switch primary as standby and standby as primary. I'll show you the switchover. Failover is also the same steps. So if I cover the switchover, we'll be covering the failover also. So let us go ahead and see the steps on how to perform the switchover. First, you need to connect to the primary database. So in VDOL database, it will show the database role and also the switchover status. And you can see the switchover status as to standby. That means you can switch over the primary to standby database. Okay. If the same command I execute on the standby database, what will be the output? I'll know database role will be standby. And can you guess what will be the switchover status? We don't need to put it in read, right? Okay. It will not be to primary. It will be not allowed. I'll tell you why it will be not allowed. You can see the switchover status as not allowed. The reason for that is in the DataGuard configuration, only one of the database can be primary, not more than one database. As the clone database is already primary, you'll not have the switchover status on the clone as to primary. After switching the primary database, which is clone, to standby, then your switchover status on the standby server, on the original standby server, will be shown as to primary. Okay. So in the DataGuard configuration, at a time, only one database can be primary. So let me switch over this one, alter database, switch over to primary. database, commit to switchover to primary. Oops, sorry, it should be to standby. So I'm switching the primary database to standby. So to do that, alter database, commit to switchover to standby. Now this will become my standby database. Whenever we are issuing this command, it is always recommended to look at the alert log content, because this switchover will not be smooth. Sometimes we'll have some issues. So telling the alert log file will give you some more information, like what it is caused, why it is not able to perform the switchover. So let us go into the trace location and tail the alert log. Okay. Yeah. So whenever we have transactions running, we have to go for with, here we have to go for with session shutdown. So whatever, if there are any active sessions, it will truncate or it will roll back those transactions. But usually whenever we are doing this switchover, as I said, we will send a notification to all the customers saying that from this time to this time, the database will be in maintenance mode. So you'll make sure there will be no active transactions going on against the database. And we'll do alter database commit to switchover to standby with session shutdown. If there are any active sessions, it will just terminate those active sessions. Okay? Is it clear? That's what I told you, right? If you have a maintenance window, the users will not be trying to perform those transactions. But even after sending the notification, if the users are connected to the database, we will use alter database commit to switch over to standby with session shutdown. Using with session shutdown, it will automatically terminate the active sessions. Now, if you check the select status from $instance, the instance will be in started mode. It will not be in mounted mode. Just let it be like this only. We have to go to the standby, which is our test server. Now execute the same command again. You can see the sessions active. Okay, the switchover status shows as sessions are active. That means there are some sessions which are connected to the standby database. That's okay. We can just do alter database commit to switchover to primary with session shutdown. Now select database underscore role. You can see the database role is primary and the switchover status will be not allowed for now. So select status from $instance. So if the sessions are active, go for with session shutdown. Okay, the database is in mounted mode. Alter database open. Okay, now we'll go here. We have to perform the shutdown. కష్టజీవులం భయ్యా, కష్టజీవులం. Okay, now the instance is terminated. Start it up, startup mount. The clone is a new standby, so we have to start it up in mount mode and then we have to enable the recovery process. Okay, now alter database, recover, managed, standby database. Oh, I have to do control C now. I haven't given disconnect. If I don't give any disconnect, it will not give me the control back. So I did control C. Using current log file, disconnect. And to check whether the MRP process is running or not, we can check it using ps-ef grep MRP. It will be aura underscore MRP underscore clone. You can see aura underscore MRP 0 underscore clone. So MRP is active. And our new primary is up and running. Now if you go for select, primary and the switchover status is not allowed. So the reason for the switchover status is not allowed is the primary and standby is not in sync yet. It will take some time for the standby. Yep, this command will start the MRP process. It will not be started automatically. You need to start it up. And the moment the new standby is in sync with the new primary, the switchover status will be okay. So there is some problem. The reason for that is on the test show parameter log archive dest state 2 is deferred because we cloned it from there. So we need to enable this parameter also. Alter system set log archive dest underscore state underscore 2 equal to enable. Okay. Okay, the moment I enabled it, it on the new standby, it is able to pick those log files and it is able to apply those things. Now your switchover status on the new primary will be to standby. Okay. So now the switchover is completed. The primary became standby and standby became primary. After that, we will let the users to connect to this test server and they will perform all the tests. They'll also create some objects to check whether they got created on the clone server or also not. After they perform the test, they will intimate us saying that the test is completed and we need to switch it back again. So we need to make the original primary as primary, original standby as standby. Okay. So we'll perform the switch back again. Alter database, commit to switch over to primary, sorry, to standby. Let us check the alert log if we have any issues. Okay, looks like it's about to finish. Okay, it's done. Now we have to go back here, select database underscore role, switchover underscore status from VROL or database. Okay, now it is showing us to primary. So alter database, commit to switchover to primary. Done. Alter database open. And go for test, shut it down. Startup mount. And then start the recovery process. That's it. So this is how we'll perform the switchover. Any questions? Okay, don't tell it as a target. Make it as primary standby. Standby depending upon your requirement. If you want the users reporting kind of applications to connect to the standby, then you can open it in read only and you can enable the MRP process. If you don't want that to be happen, okay, standby cannot be read write because it's a standby control file. It cannot be read write. Oh, that, yep, it will automatically done. Once it switches the role, it will automatically switches the read write mode or read only mode. Actually, to automate this process, we have DataGuard broker. In the real time, we'll have a DataGuard broker. Just we have to do switch over to clone DR. That's it. That statement alone will make all the steps which we did in order to perform the switchover. No, not for creation. The setup will be, this setup will be same. After that, you'll use the DataGuard broker to automate the switchover. It's not GUI. It's a command prompt actually. Let me show you that also. I'm not sure whether it will work or not because it's a paid version. We'll try it out. If it works, that's great. DGMGRL is a utility. But before connecting to DataGuard broker, let me be on the primary. Show parameter DataGuard. Show parameter broker. So you can see here DG broker start is set to false. So to enable the DataGuard broker, you have to set this parameter to true. Okay. Let me check the steps once. It's been a long time. Give me some minutes. Let me check it out. Okay. Okay. Let us follow these steps. First, we need to set DG broker start to true. To do that, the command will be alter system set DG underscore broker underscore start equal to true. It's not a dynamic parameter as far as I know. We'll see. Okay, C/DB/DG. Okay, looks like it's a dynamic parameter. Okay, now we enable the DataGuard broker. We have to exit from SQL Plus. We have to connect to DGMGRL. It's a command prompt again. It's similar to our SQL Plus. And then we have to connect to the database sys/oracle. I guess this should work. Okay. After that, you have to issue the command show configuration. You can see the DataGuard configuration does not exist. So you enable the DataGuard broker. Now you have to set up the DataGuard configuration. To set up the DataGuard configuration, DataGuard broker configuration, you have to specify which is your primary database and which is your standby database. To do that, we'll be issuing this command. Create configuration. We can specify the configuration name. Whatever name you want, you can specify it here. Next, as primary database is, here my primary database will be clone, and connect identifier is also clone. And then I will add standby databases, add database, clone dr, as connect identifier is clone dr, and maintained as physical, and move to maximum availability mode. I want to maintain the DataGuard configuration as a maximum availability mode. So first we have to execute this command, which will create the configuration file and which will set the primary database. But before doing that, let us make sure we have the clone connection string added in TNS names, etc. Okay, I don't have, what the heck, okay. Reset to grid home. Let me add the TNS entry for clone also. It is port 1521. Service is clone. IP address 127. Yep, listener data should be in grid home and TNS names data should be in Oracle home. You can see this is my Oracle home and I have the TNS names data here. Okay, now let us create the configuration. Create configuration name as primary database is clone. No, I'm in RDBMS itself. Broker 1 as primary database is clone and connect identifier is clone. So it will use the connection string clone to connect to my primary database. Okay, now the configuration broker 1 is created. If I do show configuration, it will list my configuration. You can see it here. Protection mode is maximum availability. Database is clone and it is a primary database. Still, the standby databases are not listed here. We have to add that one. Actually, the single quotes were not properly given. As a result, it gave 3 question marks and 3 question marks. So we'll do one thing. We'll delete the configuration. Delete configuration. I'll again recreate the configuration by specifying single quotes in a proper way. Okay, help. Remove configuration. Okay, now if I do show configuration, I'll not have anything. let me again recreate the configuration. So here, let me give the single quotes in a proper way. Now show configuration. Okay, so the configuration name is broker1, production mode availability, primary database is clone. Still the standby database is not listed because we haven't added the standby database to the configuration yet. So to add the standby database to the configuration, okay, now the clone layer is also added. You can check the primary database is clone, physical standby database is cloned here, and the configuration status is disabled. We need to enable the configuration. Just we created the configuration. To enable the configuration, we have to go for enable space configuration. This will enable the configuration. Done, that's it. Now show configuration. Okay. Here cloned here the physical standby database. It says the DataGuard broker is not yet available. So we have to go into the standby database, which is our test. Connect to the database. Parameter broker. The reason for that is my DataGuard broker is set to false. So I have to enable the DataGuard broker here also. Undi. Okay. Now let us go ahead and check the configuration again. Rep morning వెళ్తారా once 5 minutes, okay? Hello? Hello? Okay, yeah, sorry. One of my friend came, so. Okay, still, okay. See, now the moment I issued the DataGuard broker to be true, you can see it here now. The production mode is maximum availability, clone primary database, clone DR standby database, fast failover, that is okay. Configuration status is success. In the earlier case, it said the DataGuard broker is not yet available. The reason for that was digistart broker, we have to set it to true. So that is fine. So everything is properly configured. We are good. Now, if you want to switch, if you want to perform switchover using the DataGuard broker, just make sure the primary and standby is in sync. That means the log sequence number of primary and standby matches or not. If they match, we are good to perform the switchover. So to perform the switchover using the DataGuard broker, that's it. This itself will take care of everything. You don't need to do anything. So this is how we'll perform switchover using DataGuard broker. Wow. And please make sure you watch the alert log. Okay, it is performing the switchover. So it will make clone as standby, clone dir as primary. So you can see it said killing active sessions. So automatically if the active sessions are present, it will automatically kill those active sessions also. Give me a minute, I'm getting a call. So you can see the output. It said operation, okay. Okay. Please complete the following steps to finish the switchover. What you have to do is like, you need to start up the clone database and you need to start up in mount mode. That's it. This is the only thing left. Everything else it was able to perform. And even this we can figure out why it happened. Because we need to configure the listener on the clone database in such a way that it will support the service even it is in no mount or mount mode. So if you add static entry for the clone listener, then even will not face this issue. It will automatically bring up the databases also. As the static entry was not present for the clone listener, it was not able to connect to the database to bring it up. So you have to just manually bring it up. Startup mount. And also whenever you enable the DataGuard broker, you don't need to start MRP process. MRP process will automatically be started. It will automatically start the MRP process. Once you enable the DataGuard broker, and if you bring up the database, automatically MRP process will be started. ps-ef grep MRP. Okay, just give it some time. Database underscore role from $v database. You can see it is physical standby now. And let me check for MRP. See, automatically the MRP process got started. And go on to the original standby. Check the status of the database here. As far as I know, the connection will be disconnected because it will bring down and bring it up. Okay, it's good. So you can see the status is open, and you can also see the database role as primary. It's primary. So let us add or document the steps which we did for enabling the DataGuard broker. First, we need to enable this broker. Alter system set equal to true. Then you have to go for DGMGRL, and then you need to connect to the DataGuard broker as sys user. So connect sys/oracle DGMGRL, create configuration, your wish. Let us make it as clone underscore DG space as. Okay, let us copy it. I don't remember. and after that, okay, on primary and standby. Then DGMGRL switchover. Okay, to check the configuration, we'll use show configuration. And to enable the configuration, we'll go for enable configuration. Next, DGMGRL. To switch over, we'll use switchover to, and we'll specify the standby database name to perform the switchover. And to remove the configuration, remove space configuration. And if you want to disable it, DGMGRL disable configuration. I guess we covered almost all the topics of DataGuard broker. DataGuard. So this what? So this completes the DataGuard concepts. So any questions? And in the real time, 70% of the databases will have DataGuard broker. Do you want me to show the switchback also? It is same again, just we have to do switch over to clone. Instead of clone dir, we have to go for clone. Okay, let us do that. But before doing that, let us add a static entry for the clone listener. Oh. Okay, it's not in mount mode. So whenever it performs a switchover using the DataGuard broker, after performing the switchover from primary to standby, it has to shut down that instance and it needs to bring it up again in mount mode. So if the instance is down, the listener will not support that service. So in order to support that service, we have to add the static entry. So using the static entry, it will connect to the terminated instance and it will bring up the database in mount mode. Okay, it's good now. Let us connect to DGMJRL. Show, sorry, connect sys/oracle. Show configuration. Okay, you can see the clone DR as primary database and clone as physical primary database. Now just to switch over to clone. Sadhana, I sent you some sample resumes. So looking at that sample resumes and take some help from Nitin, prepare your resume and send it to me. Okay, I'll review. If it is okay, start your marketing. Don't use source and target at the primary. We'll use a DataGuard broker only at the primary. You don't need to go to DGMJRL of the standby, and you don't need to you don't need to perform anything. So you always do the switchovers on the original primary. It actually doesn't matter where you want to perform the switchover because it uses the connection string to connect to the databases. So next Saturday, I will take the rack class, and you guys have more than 4 GB RAM, right? How much RAM you have? 8 GB, 6 GB. Okay. Sadhana, what about you? Okay. So even now it says the same thing. So we need to bring up the clone DR in mount. So we'll exit from here. We'll go to test, exit, SQL plus slash assist startup mount. So these are will perform the switch over and switch back using the DataGuard broker. I'll upload this recording, try to set up the DataGuard broker on DataGuard 2 and try to do something, generate some more redo, check whether it is getting replicated on the standby or not. For rack class for next Saturday, in the softwares folder in Dropbox, you have a folder called as rack. Oh, you have 4 GB. So Karthik and Sadhana, you cannot have Oracle 11G R2 rack. Vivek can have Oracle 11G R2 rack. So what you want me to do? Do you want me to show the 10G rack or 11G rack? Lot of difference. Each and every step will be different. Okay, so if you want to install 11G rack, you need to have 8 GB RAM. If you want to install 10G rack, you need to have at least 4 GB. I'm not sure whether it's gonna work or not for 10G rack with 4 GB, but definitely it's gonna work for 6 GB. So do you guys want me to teach 10G or 11G rack? Because if I teach 11G rack, you cannot implement on your laptop. Vivek can implement, but not you and Karthik. What we do in rack is like we'll create two servers with one server, with each server of 2.5 GB RAM. At least 2.5 GB of RAM is required in order to install 11G R2 rack. So, and you have to create two servers and you need to start both the servers at once. So if you have just 4 GB RAM, you cannot withstand it. Even the 6 GB RAM, you cannot, because the server will be hung and your laptop will be hung. If the clusters are already existing, if you're going for production support, probably the databases may be in 10G, because if the databases are live in production and if they're running on 10G R2, the companies will take a lot of time in order to perform the upgrade from 10G to 11G. So it depends. If you're in the build team and you need to build the rack cluster, 90% you'll be asked to set up 11G R2 rack. But you guys cannot practice it. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll show all the steps. I'll show all the steps on setting up of 11G R2 rack. Okay, yeah, I'll do then. I'll show you the 11G R2 rack setup then. So, okay, as Vivek has 8 GB RAM, Vivek, make sure you download these two folders. So in the Dropbox, you have a softwares folder. Within softwares, you have rack folder. Download these two RAR files, okay? prod-1 @4techbees.com and shared storage 1.rar. So download these two files and store it under virtual machines folder and extract these files. Just right click and do extract to prod-. Okay. After that, we will see how to set up 11G R2 rack on Saturday. Okay then. Bye. Bye. Have rest of good weekend.